Yay, here it is, finished painting. Red onion, red growing onion. One of my PATRON paintings. And there's a lot of work on this. A lot of detail, a lot of textures, and yeah, it's been a struggle, but as usual. But it came out quite nice. I should say I'm quite pleased with it. So, and here's the onion that I painted. You can actually see it has changed a bit since I started, and you see that things have died and stuff like that. And yeah, I have some more light here when I paint, so the shadows are a little bit different. Anyway, that's my studio, as you see. And yeah, as I say, this is one of the PATRON paintings that's going into my lottery now. Yeah, and I am posting this tomorrow for you, so you can see the whole process. And there's of course a link to my PATRON down there, and playlists and subscription and stuff like that. So if you want to join my PATRON, you are happy to do so. If you want to support me in different ways, you can share my videos on social media platforms, put them into playlists, give a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think, tell me what you would like to see me paint or talk about in the painting. That could also be helpful, because I kind of feel I keep repeating myself. So yeah, with this I give you full painting lesson how to paint a growing red onion. Okay, until next time. Okay, my fellow apes. I'm gonna paint that onion with that background, white, on this canvas, which will also be a PATRON gift to my patrons. I don't really, it will change a little bit while I'm painting, but I will do my best to do this as quickly as possible, so it won't change too much. Red onions are really difficult, so I'm just gonna keep trying until I get it right. So I'm making a new one now. Okay, and then we start. Okay, now we are starting this project. I will do the sketching process in basically one go, so you can see how it evolves. I just need my tools. And I will of course talk about it, as I also do. Now I'm using a white background, which of course will be a more situation of backlight. And of course usually I will just measure the full, I want the onion to be about here, right here, and the leaves, since there's a shadow here, I will put it a little bit over there. The shadow is getting in there, so I have to have, you see, one. It's almost, if that's the onion, the shadows come there, and I have the green stuff coming out there. Of course this will grow a little bit while I paint, but I will keep it as it is. Well, I'm not going to let it die in the process. So very fresh now. Well, so why am I doing another red onion? Well, the simple reason is they're difficult, and it really is a strain on my capability. I find them beautiful, but also extremely difficult to get right. So I guess that might be, maybe I will put it down there instead so I get more air there. I don't want it to come out. So you see, I just mark it like this, get it in there, these things, here. Just want to place them so I have a reasonable and rational beginning. The object painting is so important for teaching yourself how to paint. It is, even if you do a lot of photograph, like I do now, I do a lot of figure paintings from photo, and there's many reasons for that. First of all, I love the photos I've been taking. I think they became quite nice, and it's also a good way to have a kind of a constant model. You don't have to worry about the model not having time. You can do the painting whenever you want. You don't have to wait for the model to have time for it. And of course you get more done. And you don't have to pay them more than once, or maybe not pay them at all if you have to done photographic work, like I've been doing photos of models and stuff for many years, also done in New York. And I paid models in New York. Also, you can pay them with painting a small painting to them, if it's in Norway, and stuff like that. Yeah, this is just half-baked. I need to focus on that spot first, so I don't mess it up too much. Concentrate about the size and stuff. So just go down, because it's very dark compared to the background. This one. You can always rein it in, and yeah. So try to work in directions here to put on. I want to do this sketch as far as I can. This here, oh god, that must be a mess. I'm losing my hair. Yeah. And there's this one there, done like this. So. I see many people are doing very slow sketch work, kind of very focused, but I want it to be a little bit more loose, so I have something to work with. And this will be very sculptural, because here around the difference between the background and foreground is quite brutal. It's I can build very much here and also behind to create that feeling of that shape, and build out the background here because that's the lightest areas. And that makes it quite interesting, because in a way it becomes like a relief. Yeah. You always do some mistakes in the beginning. Doesn't matter. If it is a face, you should avoid doing too many mistakes, or a body, because it's much harder to correct than an onion. For some reason, an onion is a little bit more relative than a face, so you can have a little bit bigger, shall we say, tabakute, or as I say in Norway, you can accept a little bit more discrepancies. Is that the right word? There, shadow, like this. You know, this is the fun part. And as you can see in the other videos I have posted just now, it's when you get beyond this and you start to get into the more details, it really starts getting hard. And then you really have to concentrate. Usually I use a dark background, but I really like doing this lighter background. So I should actually paint on one of these each day, just for a few hours, so that it's almost like painting the fast, the croquis as they call it. When you have a model and you do the fast sketches of the model. It's a very efficient way to train your eyes to see shapes. And if you do some sketch work, or you work with a thing like this every day before you start on bigger things, it can actually help you. First of all, it helps you getting into the flow, and it also helps your brain to see and connect all the neurons in your brain that is necessary to get a better painter, become a better painter. Yeah, just gonna have some white. you see. Turn out in the way. To remember that. Yeah, I need to remember. Shadows. It's important. I could actually put the shadows on top. But I want to have them approximately in here. So this one goes up there, so the shadow will be around here somewhere. It comes down there, goes in like this, and actually goes out, and that's fine, that doesn't matter. The thing is to get it okay. And yeah. I'm going to use a little bit more time on this sketch. I think I'm going to build it as far as possible. First I do this gazelle, and then I go in after that with more color. Now these are coming out there, so this one, let's see, measure, it falls outside of there. That is also mistakes that I should avoid. You see the green now? The green is very strong. So I should have been a little bit more careful when I started the sketch. Yeah, that's more correct. I don't want it to come that far out because there's going to be a frame here, so I don't want to get too far out. So I think it's going to be maybe I should cut it down a little bit. Get it more down here. Which means I need to take this one a little bit more down and make this one a little bit slimmer. Then it comes in here, and this one goes right in there actually. I guess this is a crash course in how to paint a red onion. Number, I don't know how many I've made now. So, it's more like it. And the thing is, I get such a complementary color by the bright background, because the bright background is reddish. When you start to look at it, it has a lot of red in it, red, and this goes into violet and blue, and then you see the shadow. The shadow is actually in the bluish, which means on this side is kind of orange, on that side is more red, so you get a complementary color to the green. The shadow here is a complementary color to the orange on the wall. So that is how nature works, and it makes it, if you understand that and you look for it, because people in general aren't able to see it. They only see the bright colors. They don't see all the colors that we painters see, or the painters that have actually spent time trying to train their eyes into seeing as much of the spectre as possible. And there are not many painters who do that or have that more romantic approach to it. Maybe the word romantic is wrong, but that is kind of what it is. It is a romantic approach to it. You know, it's a love-hate relationship where you constantly struggle with the things that you're not good at and try to overcome that skill wall, and you love the process, but it also, every time when you go deeper, it kind of tries to just kill you, totally kill you. And it's sometimes really physically painful. But the more you do it, the easier it gets. And I do wonder if I'm gonna start teaching myself the piano, because I love piano music. If I play Rachmaninoff, or if I play Beethoven or Mozart or any other piano concerto, when I do this work, you just really start to understand how the composers was thinking, how their brain were working. And it is also a way to connect with both yourself and in a way with empathy, because this is where empathy comes in. That's the emotional connection with another person. And if you have that empathy, you know, people are often conflicting empathy with sympathy. They talk about starving people and they talk about blah 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 blah. But that is sympathy. I have great sympathy for the 4 billion poor of the world, and I would do a lot of things to make every human being on the planet have the same possibilities as me. But it's not personal. It doesn't become personal. I don't have them in my living room, because if I had, I would be drowning in emotions about trying to save them. And that is basically also why people would keep the cool in these situations, like Doctors Without Borders and soldiers and people who are in extreme situations are able to keep their cool and do the right thing instead of being flooded by emotion and going crazy trying to save one person instead of many, or killing people because of revenge or whatever, stuff like that. So that is why if it was empathy they used, they wouldn't be able to do their job, because their empathy is an emotional response. But in the work with art, and when you kiss your girl, or when you touch a person, when you give a friend a hug, When it's personal, that's when it's empathy. And the same thing comes down to when I put on music, especially classical music, also other types of music. That is where empathy comes into the picture. That is where you connect on the emotional level. That's empathy. It can be a beautiful thing if it's used in the right way, and it can be a real problem if it's used in the wrong way, which will be using it in the wrong situations, like in politics or stuff like that. What you need there is reason and there's sympathy. To connect with your canvas or other artists, it's empathy. When you stand before, I've been standing before a Rembrandt and I have felt overwhelmed by emotion. And that is me connecting with him through time, through his work. And that's empathy. That is when you connect on the emotional level. That is when you see yourself in another person. So you can actually train your empathy through creative work and looking at creative work. And that is also why it is so important that the artist who have made it have done his utmost to get his own personal emotions into his work, and has done honest work, honest painting, honest sculpture, which is truly felt. So we as the viewer or the spectator can actually notice and connect with that artist on the emotional level. So, yeah. Now, of course, art didn't make Hitler a better person. If he became an artist and not a dictator, and his his artistic mind was put into use in the sciences or the arts instead of waging war and ideology, he would have connected with his empathy instead. Because he did have, and also sympathy, because he did have it. He did have it for his dog, he did have it for a few people, so it was there. I don't think he was a total psychopath. He was probably just a sociopath gone off the rails, I think. So that is why both empathy and sympathy can lead, not sympathy, but empathy can lead to different outcomes. So it's not automatic that doing art will make you a better person. There has to be a total honesty in your work, in you as a person, to create empathic art. Whew. Yeah, that was a rant for you. I hope it made sense. Just maybe ranted a little bit too much. The thing is that it makes sense in a way. Especially when I was listening to Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concert. I could actually hear his irony, and that it was having fun with pulling the spectators or the listeners emotions by all the different layers of whatever we call a tone, or yeah, I'm not a musician so I don't know the word, but it goes high and low and it goes into cliche and it goes out again into the abstract and back and forth, and it really screws with your mind on a higher level. Yeah. And when you see that, you just have to admit that you have connected with something, both inside yourself and the person that has created the art. Sounds reasonable. I love doing this. Just brush strokes. There's nothing like brush strokes. Maybe sex. And that is also brush strokes. Just use a different brush. Oh God. Usually I use my mouth actually. I love using my mouth. God, I'm turning into goat boy here. I need a break. As I said, I've been addicted to it most of my life. And that is one of the things that I'm not so proud of. As I talked about addiction, it's very hard to stop compulsive behavior. But I think it's a horrible industry, and I think it's... basically, if I watch it, I watch amateur stuff, real people fucking, but you could think, you know, you have to be kind of fucked up to put videos of yourself and your girlfriend or whatever out into the internet for everybody to see. So there's something wrong with these people, there's no doubt about that. I mean, for fuck's sakes. There are ways to get attention that is way better than this. So, yeah. Anyway, that is my... Also a thing, I want to touch on science and religion and space and what humans do that are beautiful and what humans do that are horrible. I want to touch all the different things in an exhibition called The Human Condition. I also want to paint a whole exhibition called The Art of Painting, where I am going to copy a few of my favorite masterpieces in history, interpret them in my way, and I'm going to paint paintings in the tradition, you know, the painting of Vermeer called The Art of Painting, which is probably one of my favorites. That would be one of them. I might do huge, small, I don't know yet. And it's a big thing about pure aesthetics and painting. And I want to do a New York burlesque festival, a New York exhibition with only pictures from New York and models I've taken there. Landscapes from the city and the park, and I have some beautiful landscapes I took in Freedom Tower, and buildings and the streets and stuff, and New York Burlesque Festival. Did I say that? Yes, I probably did. Which I have attended many years in a row. It's quite fun. Gives the song "People Are Strange." People are strange. By Doors, new meaning. Many of them aren't as free as they think they are. And it's a lot of elbows, I think, in that environment. It's like in the arts, you have a lot of broken people. I think the arts is probably where you find most of the abused and the victims of childhood bullying and stuff like that. So I think you find a lot of broken birds, broken wings in art and burlesque and that environment, because of the people who have experienced stuff like that tend to seek attention. They tend to become overly sexual, stuff like that. So, and that's the same with arts. A lot of sociopaths, a lot of people with what do you call it? When you fall in love with your own mirror, or your own reflection. Narcissism. There's a lot of narcissists in the arts. So artists are often very cruel people, very selfish, very sexual, and hopefully I'm only the last sexual. I'm trying to be a nice person, not the kind of nice person that are basically annihilating himself to be nice, but nice because I can be nice, and I can be ruthless with people who are assholes, just as you know I can be a real bitch. So don't take me for a fool. Okay, I think this has to be a little bit lower. I don't think I can put on much more paint right now. It has to dry for me to get any further. This is all wrong. This should be down here. Now I start to see it. Now I start to see what's wrong. I've been putting on so much paint. And there's some here. This goes a bit closer. Well, I figured it out. This one is also going to go deeper down here. That was the point, actually. Yeah. really thick yellow and green. Yeah. I think that should do the trick for today on this one. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Okay. Was it nice when I stopped talking for a while? Probably. And this one. And this one. Yeah. And the rest will be work in fucking progress. Okay, so zoom, 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 zoom. Remember, I used to stand at painstaking accuracy from the start, and now I just put in impressions and I let it dry. So just opening here like this. This. No, no, no. No, no, no. I'm not sure I'm gonna paint Donald Trump. I just have thought. If I do, it's gonna do it proper. I'm gonna get made this huge gold frame, or golden frame, just for fun of it. I mean, he loves gold. So. But I guess I would lose like most of my subscribers on YouTube. So maybe it's not a good idea. Maybe for once I should talk. For once I always do. Maybe I should think about my career for once instead of my idealism. That is what my mother wants me to do. be a little bit less outspoken, a little bit less contrarian. Because it's not something I do for fun. I do it because it feels right. And I was brought up to be a contrarian. I was always told when I was a child I should trust and stand for what I meant and stuff. And it's funny, I joke with my mom about that. You brought me up to be like this, and now you're trying to undo my upbringing by telling me that I'm not going to be like that. Silly. It's basically like throwing a dog a bone and then tell him not to chew on it. It's not fair, is it? We give kids a lot of sugar and tell them to sit still. It's even dumber. First they give them sugar and then they give them Ritalin. Crazy shit. Like in that movie Apocalypse Now. First they shoot them to pieces and then they give them a band-aid. It's a lie. And that is exactly what antidepressant drugs are. They are a band-aid on basically society and also self-inflicted wound. So first society and yourself shoots yourself to pieces, and then you are trying to put on a band-aid. It's just, and then you shoot again. It's like obesity epidemic. It's like a healthcare debate and stuff, and people seem to insist on putting themselves on fire and expect that everybody else is going to pay for the fire department to come and put it out. And it's just bullshit. Some things just have to be done by people themselves. Some of your choices should be your own, I think. Or lose weight, fucking Google it. Anyway, that's how far I came with a sketch today. Hope you enjoyed the ride. Okie dokie dokie. Here we go again. I'm going to put on my usual lasur or glazing, just to get it to come alive a little bit. I've already had the retouche on this on. Now this is all the way in the beginning, so it doesn't really matter that much. I'm going to build this like a sculpture now, with thick layers around it. Just build. So here we are. Next palette. You always need to have a clean palette when you're going to do the lasur, or the glazing as they call it. Yeah. Or the colors get dirtied up and it doesn't. It's not a good thing. So, try to make this a little bit to the point. Okay, so where do I begin? I begin with the onion. To just get the drawing a little bit more right. I can drag it down here, like this, do like this. it's gonna be nice with that very bright background, because it's a little bit different than I usually do. Okay, take it a little bit easy. It has been growing a little bit since the last time I painted on it, so I'm going to try to do this not in such a big time span, because it can be frustrating when an onion like this, everything changes and I am not able to stop myself changing stuff while it's changing. It's just how I am. I become a little bit manic on stuff like that for some reason. Also, some of the red has actually grown up into the greenish stilk, or whatever you call it. I think that grows out of it. It's stilk in Norway. Or leaves. Maybe it's leaves. Anyway. So, like this. Okay, see? It's going to be nice because I can actually work more in directions in this. To find the right shape. Shouldn't let it grow too much. Be careful with this tendency one has to. You know, they'll keep just getting bigger and bigger. You kind of lose control over the size. I did that with an apple I'm painting now, and it's so frustrating. But you should try to sketch it up and stick with the size. Reminds me of the sculpture teacher I had in art school. He was good at keeping stuff under control. He had kind of one batch of clay, and that clay was going to be that sculpture. So we just kept moving around the clay. The sculpture wasn't growing, it was just what it was. It was this lump, and it goes that far. I mean, that's the best thing to do. I should take better care of my brushes, which I'm horrible at. Especially when I paint a lot, I forget to maybe try some of them. I use actually natural soap. I don't use any turpentine or anything when I wash them. Just ordinary soap, and it works much better than turpentine. It's also a good thing to let some of the soap stay in it. If you put them away, it's also a good thing. Now this has grown a bit, but I'm going to stick with the main thing for now. Then I just change it a little bit later. This has curled a little bit more and these are doing stuff, but I'm just gonna stick with it for now, so I don't start fucking up things. Some more substance. Yeah. Maybe I should be a little bit. No. Maybe a little bit closer to the wall, maybe. Or not. I don't know. Okay, some more color, white and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to surroundings. I'll try to get some feeling of plaster, which the wall is kind of made of concrete and plaster. See, I put on thick colors, thick paint, like sculpture. Works for me. This one, the thing will be quite thin layers, then it's thicker there. We'll have some thick layer of paint in the brighter places. See, I do this now just to mark and drag. Okay, then I go in like this. Just repeat that process again and again and again. Stomach is making sounds. That's funny. Now it's brightest here because of the light coming in. It's kind of in the reddish, and then it moves over, becomes more greenish or bluish over there. So yeah, just build some layers here. We'll tone this down. Let's see. Yeah, it's more in a bluish, greenish type over there. So I'm going to try to push it down a little bit. Yeah, the shadow mustn't be the same color as the shadow. So maybe it is a little bit red in it. That wasn't enough. No, just be more red. Yeah, that's more like it. But it's kind of a shimmering shadow. It's kind of many different colors. Of course, here it is greenish and yellow. So you have the red and you have the violet colors. It's too much. Push it down. See what I'm doing. I'm kind of just working around it, because it's the background here that was actually explained that shape. So that is what I want to do. And maybe I should just keep it. It's growing a little bit. I'm changing a little bit, but I'm going to try to keep the first sketch and just do a few small adjustments later. I mean, I should learn from the dry onion I painted. That wasn't really dead in the beginning, but then died after a while, and it started to dry up, and it became a very frustrating project. It's keeping changing all the time, and I'm trying to change the painting as it changed, so it took me much longer time to finish it than I would have if that didn't happen. So yeah, you see all the old paintings of flowers and stuff, and I think the artists used to do sketches, and they basically probably knew how to paint the colors and stuff, and they just, maybe they even took in new flowers as I went along, sketches. But I didn't keep changing the still life as it went along. And you kind of have to decide where you want to go. Okay. Back to the onion a little bit. I want to give it some textures and stuff. Here. Okay, like this. We have this light here. Goes kind of in underneath. Just disappears underneath. There's some red down all the way down here. Probably shines up from the white in the where this stands on. Yeah. Highlights. That also a highlight. That's our noise. Okay, I'm just gonna stop filming for a while and I'm gonna come back to it. And I worked on it for a while. Yay! Yeah. Yep. I have worked for a while, and I think I'm reaching a point where I can't really add more paint because it just makes the other paint kind of dissolve, so it's kind of pointless. But I can do some of the leaves. Maybe I should try to give it a little bit more schwung. Now that's happened stuff here. This is kind of curdled, also turned a little bit more yellow around here. And it kind of comes like this instead now. And I don't think I'm going to go, when I do this, I'm not going to change much after this. Also some here. It's almost like the red has climbed up this green thing, which is quite strange. But that's how it is. So it's quite dark actually. Now when I paint it like this, I drag it first and yeah, it's that one. It comes down like this. That has actually changed a little bit, but I'm not gonna. It's kind of up here now, up here. But I'm not gonna keep on growing it out of the canvas, so I'm just gonna keep it inside. Here. Some more greenish. This one. I can actually keep this kind of quite down in texture. I'll go a little bit higher. Maybe also a little higher on this. That's where it stops. To balance it out a little bit. Also, it's kind of gone a little bit that way, but I can't change it so fast when it's growing, so I can't keep changing it every time I'm going to start painting on it again, as I did with the other onion, because it's just going to turn into this nightmare. So, because there's one coming out here, and that's where that's going to be. Now it's quite an okay balance. And I'm going to work around this. I can see that the yellow is actually a little tiny bit brighter than the background, which means that there are more color in the background. Since it's quite white, it's hard to see, but you just have to work until you start to feel that you're onto something. Also, can wait until next time, because then I put on new lasur. I get the benefits of all the textures I have put on. So, yeah. You see how much paint it is now? It just mixes into the other paint, so it's not really useful for me to put on more. I'm just going to give it more texture here. I have something to work with next time. You see I'm pouring thick layers now. What's also important is that when you paint, you have to teach you, when you're going to put wet on wet, you have to have a lighter hand, so you just don't turn everything into mush. If you press too hard, you're going to just make it into dirt, and you don't want dirt. You want it to have a little bit of a shine, or not shine necessarily, but you don't want to mix the colors too much. You want them to, I want them to anyway, to kind of stand alone inside this. And if you keep on doing it too much back and forth, you can actually create it into dirt. And that is never pretty. I'm just going to do, there's a light here, you know, the light hits from the side, so I just put on some cell there, so I can work with that later. And of course I will work in directions next time, dragging, trying to flatten this and building this, make this come out and this fall in, and that way I just stretch everything. That is what I mean by building sculpture. That you actually think of it as you, here it's very obvious because here it actually becomes a relief, and it's more easy to see it. Yeah, so I think this will do for today. This is going to become quite a nice onion, to be honest. Yeah, okay. See ya. Okay, here we go again. Now I'm going to do a lasure of this first. Just going to wash over it, as I usually do, because, yeah, I need a better pencil. This one, yes. And yeah, I have too many of these big ones right now. I have only been doing smaller paintings lately, and I buy these packages of, and when you use small and big and all kinds of pencils in them, but since I only have worked with smaller paintings, I have too many big ones left, so I'm going to start doing some really huge paintings now soon. I'm going to burn through all the big ones. I think that I really look forward to. So, get some texture into this, some clean colors. I'm going to mix them. See reddish and all kinds of colors. Yeah, my paintings usually go a lot in the blue and the orange and the red and basically everything. To be honest, yeah. So then I will remove some of it. And just need to so yeah. I was training taekwondo the other day and my legs stiffened up a little bit. My arthritis legs, which is now gonna be soon be under a knife. Under the knife, and I'm gonna get a new hip on my left side first, and that's gonna be quite liberating, I guess, because some days I'm in a lot of pain and it affects me psychologically and my painting and everything. So it's going to be nice to get the pain away. I'm actually getting better. I do some heavy squatting and some strength training to strengthen my muscles and my joints and everything, you know, my ligaments. So the operation will be back into kicking my taekwondo and my training quite fast, hopefully. So that's going to be good. If I survive the operation. I'm actually thinking about that because it would be so horrible for my parents and my daughter, and probably my brother too. So, yeah. And some friends, but they will get over it. So, just gonna get the light up again. It's been growing a little bit. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep the shadow as it was basically in the beginning. It has been changing a lot, and that is always a nightmare for me when things start to change, because I am so manic when it comes to what I see. I remember once I was painting when I was very young, just had started, and I was painting outside. I was painting a landscape, and the sky during the day didn't stop, you know, changing, new clouds and new shapes, and I just couldn't decide for one of the clouds or one of the. So it just kept piling on clouds, and in the end the sky was just full of these strange clouds all over the place. And basically the same thing now. When it changes, I get this urge to change the object, but this time I'm gonna try not to do that. This video will also wind up and be a 6-hour video with all the necessary frustrations. So yeah, don't go there. You see, I just paint over it again, so it doesn't seem like there's any logic to me actually putting on that lasur or the glaze, but there is a logic to it because it kind of mixes into the color. You can't necessarily see it at once, but when you keep painting for a few hours, and it's the sum of all the touching that explains everything, and that color is also in it. So yeah, kind of a fresh start to tear it down to sketch. So I guess that's the point with it. Hope you don't see my face now. This one died. That was annoying. So it has become slimmer and reddish and dry, and that happened like that. So it was basically from one day to another, and this one has changed color dramatically. So I just need to work on it every day to get it finished. And you might wonder how I get it to dry. I actually have an oven, and I hang it over that oven because I work with so much paint for every time I do, and I use this linseed oil cicative with some cobalt stuff in it, so it dries a little bit faster than ordinary oil, cooked linseed oil. It dries a little bit faster, and I don't mix so much. I'm gonna make a video soon. I think I'm gonna do that with the next video. I'm gonna do a video where I also focus on the palette, where I go from the palette to the canvas, back to the palette, and you can actually see what I'm doing. Now the problem is that you won't actually see what I'm doing when I'm in deep flow, because when I'm in deep flow everything just becomes even more fluid. It just keeps, I pile on without thinking. When I'm talking to you now, I'm not painting as fluid as I do when I don't talk. Me talking when I'm painting keeps me awake in a way, so it kind of keeps me from that deep flow. And that is why also you see me, maybe if you have seen a lot of my videos, you see when I get into real problems, I usually turn off the camera to go deeper, and that is when the time just disappears, and you have no sense actually of time and space. Yeah, probably space, but you don't have no sense of actual time. It just disappears, and it's a very good, I think, since that flow state feels so extremely good for all humans. There is no human being I know of who doesn't like to be in flow state. I think it's actually a way we have adapted to also go into deep problem solving, deep problem solving, rearranging our brains, thinking without thinking. It's almost like a sleep stage. That is how it feels like for me. It's a sleep stage in awakened states. Yeah, I'm awake, but I'm also sleeping. So yeah. Actually, I saw a TED video a few years. I should listen to that again, or maybe even put it into one of my shorter videos. It is about flow, and how flow just is basically the way to go to lead a happy life, and how you can get rid of depression and get a sense of meaning into your life, which actually is not that easy. The sense of meaning, purpose. As an atheist like me, it's for a religious person, it's very clear what the goal is. It is basically live this life in a relatively good way, and then be good enough to get into heaven, or whatever theme park you want to go to after you're dead. For me, there are no such thing, and I have only this short blip of life to work with. I have to say, there are days when I even see, I think 30 years seems like a long time. But then again, I look 30 years back in time, and it was the fastest years you can imagine. In any objective sense, my life doesn't have any purpose other than survival, for some strange reason. But this I do here at least give me a sense of well-being and some illusion of purpose. I'm not the kind of artist that think, oh, I'm gonna paint because of how I'm gonna be perceived after I'm dead. For me, it's more like struggle to come to a good end. Feel that I've done something and I have made a difference, or that I used my life to some purpose, or not purpose, but you are again, it's kind of a circular thing, because you can't really get around that emotional thing that you always seek purpose where there are no purpose, and you can't really convince yourself that there is no purpose, but intellectually I know there is no purpose. So I can even hear it when I'm talking. It's like I'm talking two things at the same time. And being a relatively conscious person with quite well evolved introspection, I'm basically almost shocked how religious my brain is, despite that I'm intellectually a total atheist and a non-believer. So it also proves to me that religiosity is basically and absolutely a thing about belief and not reason in any way or form. So yeah, and I relate this to the painting too, because what I do here do not have any objective purpose in the long run. But when I stand before Rembrandt or Vermeer or Delacroix or Turner or any other of the great masters, or I see the extreme subjectivity in the brushstrokes of Van Gogh, or the sick child of Edvard Munch in the Norwegian museums, when I see all the beautiful brushstrokes and how he has been fighting with the surface just like I can do, I think, and I'm glad he did it so I can experience that. So in that sense, there is some purpose. Yeah. If someone will someday look to my paintings long after I'm dead and actually learn something, and even listen to what I'm saying now, because hopefully my videos will stay on YouTube and generate maybe even money after I'm dead. First my daughter will get it, then maybe if I get some grandchildren, they will get it. Maybe they will start reposting videos. Maybe they will use them, make it more cool, more better. I don't know. Maybe they will use it for some purpose. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. So, I'm thinking about the future without actually thinking about the future, because what happens to my paintings after I'm dead doesn't really concern me because I'm dead. But as I said, when I look at other people's paintings, which gives us so much, it would, in an objective sense, be ashamed if all my paintings were destroyed, despite that I'm dead and it wouldn't really matter if they did for me, because I wouldn't know anyway. Yeah, I hope that didn't sound too cheesy or too conflicting. I mean, life is basically an existential crisis from the time you wake up in the morning to close your eyes. And even in your dreams, you are training, the brain is exercising and preparing for real situations. Like me, I dream a lot about fighting, physical fighting. I dream about killing, protecting myself, being in war, and a lot about sex. So it's kind of killing, war, and sex. And I dream about people I like and people who are gone, and even my dog seems to pop up in my dreams a lot. And I think so will my parents when they one day are gone. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna turn off the camera and keep painting for a few hours, and then I'm gonna show you how far I got. Okay? As you can probably see, I've been working for a while, and I think it's coming along quite well, all things considered. I just keep on trying to build some basis for the future textures, and most of them will be in the more light areas here. So that's where I have to build the more sculptural thing, which will then be layer upon layer and give it that sculptural substance that I love so much. Yeah. I do have a bear cranium and some craniums I want to paint. I'm also going to paint my ex-dog, or my dead dog. I actually have his whole skeleton. What I think I'm going to do is cranium first. That's going to be interesting. It's funny, I still dream about him. And he comes back in my dreams and haunts me in a way. You know, when people or things die, you always think you could be kinder to them, or taking better care of them. In my case, I had to choose to let him go because suddenly he couldn't take a piss, and he wasn't sick or anything before that, so he was like 13 years old or something, 12 or something, 13, I'm not sure, because I got him when I was half grown. But I was recommended to let him go, and it was a rational thing to do, but funny enough, I regret it to this day. And it was such a quick send-off. You didn't really get your 2-minute warning in a way. It was all good in the afternoon. Had some acted strange all day. Tried to piss. In the evening I found out that his bladder was just totally full with pee. He couldn't take a piss. Rushed to the veterinarian, and half an hour later he was gone, and I chose to send him away. And it's funny, it was a rational thing to do, but I still regret it to this day. And strange how we fall in love with our fellow creatures when they come close to us. Anyway, that was also a digression. Now I think I can't really put on more paint now, so I'm just gonna put this back in the fridge and hang this painting over an oven so it dries quite quickly. And I might even keep painting on it a little bit more wet in wet tomorrow. So only have to be superficially dry. And when you put it on top or over an oven, it tends to surface dry quite fast. Many people prefer acrylics because it dries fast. I don't get that because the solution is to have many paintings at the same time going, and you can just let them dry. This is also a PATRON gift painting, so, or lottery painting, so I kind of need to finish it, so I try to paint on it almost every day. But usually I can have many paintings going, big ones, and that is what I'm going to do when I am back into my schedule, because my schedule became out of whack because of too much multitasking. So when it comes to PATRON, I'm a little bit behind, but I'm catching up now, so then I can just make the one nice painting a month and concentrate about my big projects. That's gonna be great, because I love painting my big paintings, figure paintings, bigger object paintings. I have so many things I'm going to do. Self-portrait, refugee, human condition, my New York exhibition, series, not the exhibition, I don't know where to exhibit it yet, but so I have so much to do and so little time. So much to do and so little time. Yeah, it's funny. There's a thing here, a hole in the wall, but I don't think that's a good place. So I'm gonna move it there. It's kind of a screw hole. Maybe that was wrong. Maybe I should actually move it there. Maybe I should have one there and one there. That's disturbing. Maybe I should just put it there. So that's where it actually is going to be. Yeah, maybe. Because it's all about composition. So I'm just going to put the hole where it actually is. That is about, okay, it's up there, that's not good, so I'm going to put it down here. It's a little bit too big. I might change this. It's just an idea of getting some kind of, find some other place too. Maybe I could have one here. Do you think? Because it kind of gives the wall some address. And I also have this, it used to be a wooden thing on the brick wall, on the concrete wall, and where that wood was, there is a different color and texture, a little bit different. It's more in the grayish, reddish, so that will also give the background a little bit of more texture and life. You can't just paint something white, because it won't be nice. And it's also, if you see here, I'm gonna make that shadow a little bit higher, because it's nice for it to kind of go into that. So you see from the white into that thing. You know, that one is that one, and it points this way, And you might wonder why. And actually so do I. Well, no, actually it is the way the shadow is thrown at the wall. It's not, actually it goes out, it used to go out there because this was more straight up, and now it's more out here, and this one goes a little bit more out there. But in a way this is a good composition. It don't have to be 100% real. And this one now is actually going through here, and I'm just not going to stop that. And here is only one now, and it has changed a lot, so you can't keep changing it. And this one is now up there, so if I'm going, and this is now even more dry than I started today. Now it's just totally fucking dead. But that will ruin it because I need that green thing here. So I'm just going to keep that. I'm going to try to work with this. And that is where I think a lot of artists were doing stuff like that. They didn't necessarily follow exactly what they saw, but they kind of experimented a little bit where to put stuff, and yeah. And who says that I have to have the shadow exactly? As long as it feels right and it's a conscious choice. That is quite important to me. It has to be a conscious choice. I can choose to change these things, strengthen something, damp down other stuff. But it has to be conscious choice. You have to know why you do it. Or else it will probably look wrong and ruin the composition and ruin the painting. Anyway, that's what I have to say today. Another onion in the world. So, until next time. Okay, here we are. Again and again and again. See, so we can see the whole thing. So I just put on some Red Vernis. And I'm going to do a tiny bit of lazur glazing, not much. Try to avoid putting on too much this time. I'm just going to enhance the reddish, and so I will do some vermilion first, because I see there are some red in this. You can also use the cadmium for that purpose. As you see, it's quite red. It's quite nice when you put pure color over white. It just gets this vividness to it. That is quite lovely. Lovely. Yeah. So I'm just gonna, maybe that was too much, but it's all gonna be painted over anyway, so it's just a good start. And I didn't want to mix it on, because it's quite difficult to see the right colors, because in the white I can see it goes from the reddish to the more bluish, because it's a kind of the warm to the more to the colder colors. That is just basic redshift. It's basic physics. Yeah. And with a trained eye you will actually be able to see it quite clearly, which I do. As I tried to tell my daughter that I asked her if she could see what color were some walls, just white walls. And she's grey, and you see this white, and she couldn't really see it. She couldn't see what I saw. She couldn't see the colors I see because she hasn't trained her eyes. And that was exactly what happened to me when the first time I noticed that everything in nature is colors. It's not nuance, it's not grey, it's just color, boom. And it makes the world very vivid when you start seeing it. And the same thing is with a still life or clouds in the sky or whatever. Whatever you see, it's the same thing. And it's just a spectre. This light comes from a lamp, so it has a really limited. It's only confusing my phone start to ring. It has a limited spectre compared to daylight, but it still has a spectre that is logical compared to the laws of nature. So, or the nature of lights, or the elements and stuff like that. So yeah, you just have to teach your eyes to see, and you will see it become more and more vivid as you go along. And the world turns from grey to beautiful colors. The sky explodes, just explodes in front of your eyes. It's wonderful. You know, most people are able to see a beautiful sky in the evening, but to see all the nuances in a cloud on a rainy day, and you see all the different colors and shadows and stuff like that, it takes a few years to evolve. And you have to be conscious to look for it. So it's the same thing in everything. Yeah, I'm doing something strange here. It's not always easy for me to paint and talk, so sorry for that. But I will do my best to explain as I paint. So you, my viewer, the few people have started to like my videos. This is a bike that I usually get totally out of hand and become like 10 times longer. And I think, okay, 10 times. At least 3 times longer than I intend. When I try to make a 1 hour video, it usually winds up into 3 hours. If I should make a half-hour video, it becomes 1.5, and it's quite annoying. So I need to try to become a little bit more diverse in the length and the topics. There was a patron and an American artist, Kyle, which is a brilliant painter. His landscapes are beautiful, and I should start a YouTube channel to get it more out there. And I'm begging him to do it, but he's kind of reluctant, but I'm going to keep up. I know he's going to see this video, so it's funny. He's a strong Christian believer, and I'm a basically militant atheist. Not that I would, of course, harm anyone, but I'm really against religion. But we have this, shall we say, respect for truth when it comes to these things. And so does a couple of other friends of mine, a German lady and a good friend of mine in Norway, which also is what we would call religious fanatic. I call it just a true believer. And I can kind of respect that, because if you're going to believe in, if you're going to believe in Odin, as an example, you should actually be willing to stand by your convictions and not be this mushy-washy person who avoids discussion or avoids telling people what you actually believe in. I'm a strong believer in free speech, absolutist. So I kind of appreciate a real fanatic, because I can relate to them in the way I'm thinking. Say fanatic is kind of strange, but I'm a absolute realist. So yeah, okay, enough of that. You see, that was off topic again, and I wasn't going to do that, but that one thing takes the other, and my brain just keeps kind of banging on. For me, everything in reality kind of are linked together. You can't pick one thing out of context and isolate it and believe that you can discuss this one single thing not in relation to other things. So for me, it's just a web of things happening at the same time in the world, and at some level everything is connected. So yeah, that is why I call myself a master of digression. Yeah, anyway. You see now what I'm doing? You can ask, why did I put on that lasur? Because I painted over it again. Well, the reason is the color that was in the lasur is now in these brush strokes. So it is almost like I put in red from the beginning in the lasur, and now I can start putting in greens and reds, different reds and orange, and all the other colors I can start just adding in, and I already have the basic colors inside the paint. And of course, you see, I like to create. I do different. This is a concrete wall with paint on, so it's not really flat, but I want to get a little bit of that feel to it. And then you have to start painting in a way how that wall is physically. So I have to kind of translate, not just visually, but I have to try to translate the substance of that wall into my paint. And that is the most impressive paintings you can see, when they have actually, like in Vermeer's walls behind the woman who reads and stuff like that, you see he has actually been able to paint in the substance or the constitution, or whatever you want to call it in English, of the physical constitution of the objects in the background, like the wall. So that is why people have problems with creating paintings that feels real, because they tend to focus too much on the motif instead of the substance and the constitution of the different objects. And therefore they paint the skin the same way that they paint the wall in the background, or they paint the foreground in the same textures, almost the same colors as they do in the background. And it is impossible for anyone to create a living surface or living painting by doing that. You have to go all the way. The question is if you're just gonna make paintings who are basically visual eye candy, or you want to create painting with substance and gravity. And that's a question every painter has to say. The easiest way to paint is impressionist, sketching. If you become a good sketcher, you can very fast create beautiful renditions of flowers or landscapes, or I can do that too. I don't care much about doing it now, so I just paint it up. I don't care about how the sketch looks in the end. I used to. For me now, it's more getting the finished painting to feel real, and that is my goal. And I want to paint in gravity, and I want to paint in the substance of the different object, textures, directions, and everything. And it is a task for a lifetime. Seriously. It took me 15 years just to understand, maybe even more, to just understand the depth of what I'm saying. I knew it for a long time without being able to really understand it on a deeper level. And it's almost like you believe when you are so and so old, when you experience this and that you are kind of finished, that you have understood it. But then bam, something happens and there is a new layer of understanding. And the same goes the same is in life. It is like that in life, and it's like that in painting. And I can actually see how I just suddenly understand things in a deeper way, and I say, I knew it, but now I really know it. And that is when you have evolved as a human being, and you become a little bit more sympathetic, maybe even some empathy. Well, empathy is a little bit of a dangerous feeling because it's too emotional. I talked about that before. But it is important because when you paint, it is actually very emotional. It's very empathetic. And if you look at other painters and you really feel that you understand them, how they think, you can understand basically almost how they were as people by looking at the textures and how they have fought the surfaces. And the more fight, usually the better painting and the better painter. So yeah, and I'm not saying that I'm not even saying I'm a good painter, but I can say this: I'm doing my best. I'm an honest person, and I try to do my best to create honest paintings. Who cares about subject matter? As long as the brushstrokes are are real. I mean, are made truthfully. It's not something I tried to do. It's just something that appeared and something that was true. And there, Hence, don't try to be a painter. Don't try to be an artist. Don't try to be interesting. There's nothing more horrible than people who try to be interesting. Any person with a little bit of self-awareness and introspection sees through that like a razor blade. Okay? So, don't try, don't pretend, just do. Just be. And I think you will have much more pleasure from both your painting and your life. And if you're a pretentious prick, stay the fuck away from me, because you can't hide it anyway, and you will feel it. And I've seen people who are narcissists who try to be something they are not by things they do, being with the right people, partying with the right crowd, saying the right things. And it's so obvious that I see how obvious it is. Yeah. So, don't pretend. You can't be yourself, if you're going to be politically correct all the time or be liked by everyone. That is not possible. Of course, sometimes I wish I could shut the fuck up and just say, yeah, okay. I'm not going to bug you with this or that. I'm not going to say what I really mean. But then again, sometimes people just makes it impossible for me not to say what I mean. Especially if they are whiners. If they start talking about their emotions and feelings and how I hurt them by telling them about reality. I can't stand people like that. Really, seriously. It's horrible. It's like my hero Christopher Hitchens said once when he got the question, what do you fear the most? And he said, boring people. People who are boring. People who are pretenders. You know they're pretenders? People who are just fucking boring. People who doesn't have any opinions, or doesn't rock the boat, That is what you should fear the most. To drag you down, to suffocate you. Finding friends who has a backbone and some balls is very important. Anyway, that was another rant. While I'm painting. It's funny how I can mix in painting and talk about stuff like this. Yeah, and still being able to focus a little bit on my paint. Now, the same thing, there is a very strong difference between this and that. So I have to find a way to make it round. Now, if I do like this with my eyes, I can see that this one is much more white than this one. But apparently, my eyes tricks me to believe that it's the same thing, and it's not. So what I have to do, I have to keep it a little bit more down here, and I have to build more out here. And the nuance is very small. It's not a big nuance, but it's the thing that makes everything tick, okay? It is the thing that will give it the sculptural dimension that I'm after. And the way is just to, just build it out more. Make it thicker, so it comes a little bit more out than here. But it also has to come out because this one is the skin of the onion, or the crispy stuff of the onion, has to have a different, even almost no texture here at all. And then I build out the texture here again to create both. So that's the thing. That is the thing with a white background, that it challenges me in a more sculptural realm, sculptural thing. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna stop filming now. I'm just gonna paint for a few hours and I'm gonna come back to you. And that was 23 minutes. Gee. Okay, there we are. While later, and yeah, I've been moving this up and down a little bit. Need to find, and that's a little bit of a problem with that line behind here, because it's going to be very sharp actually, so it's going to be a little bit of a problem, but I'm going to make it happen. Just going to do my tricks, and yeah, maybe I should actually do some more focused video clips tomorrow or the day after that when it has dried. Actually, you can get it to superficially dry to tomorrow, so I can put on another tomorrow evening and just have it over my oven. And I tend to, especially the places where aren't that built, like the thick colors, will actually take longer time for it to dry. But in the areas where there isn't that much paint on, it dries quite fast actually. That's good. Who would have thought that I would actually dare to stand here and paint and talk English? So strange to think about it, because I remember being so shy talking English because I was stuttering and I didn't know what to say. And I remember I had this relative, or these relatives from New York in visiting when I was like 15, or I was 16, I was driving a motorcycle. 16 or 17, something like that. And I was struggling so much with English. So funny. Yeah. And of course I had a crush on my third cousin or something. It was third cousin, fourth. She's a beautiful girl called Diana. Still having contact with her. Yeah, she's sweet. Still sweet. And divorced. It's funny. Yeah. So I will do the shadows later because there's some greenish in them, so with the red around it's kind of a little bit difficult, but I can see it's not blue, the shadow is kind of greenish. Also I have to build some more texture in the shadow. The best thing might even be to do the shadow after building all the textures, like you just build everything around and then you wash the shadow on top of that again, and that will of course give much more the feeling of the shadow laying on top of it and not falling inside. Yeah. So you see now, I can actually build some texture in there, and I can then work on top of that again, and in the end I put on a glaze that makes it feel like it is on top of it. You should have some texture in that shadow. If not, it's not gonna feel real. So you see now, I just drag kind of I use the white around, I just drag it in a way in to the shadow there, and then I tone it down again, so you don't get these sharp edges. You get kind of sharp edges, but they are not unnaturally sharp. But it's a process, it's quite a long process. If I do that, it will take a while, and I have to do it a few times before it actually starts to feel nice. If you look at some of Gerhard Richter's paintings, he's very good at that. The Night Watch of Rembrandt. He's good at making these lines blur out. Vermeer makes them blur out. He's brilliant when it comes to that. And that is, now you see, it feels a little bit more like the shadow actually hit something. But even now I need more texture in there to make it really feel the right way. Maybe I should actually focus a little bit, come a little bit closer with the camera so you can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, then we'll do that. Zoom a little bit, so much. Maybe I can just move the whole thing a little bit, so you can actually see me painting on that onion. I do like these pencils when I do this kind of work because they give that texture I'm after. I've been working so good lately, and it makes me feel so happy. I've finished the PATRON, most of the PATRON paintings. My PATRON is actually starting to grow a little bit, and I'm looking forward to start doing my huge compositions. I'm going to start working during the day, get up like 11 or 12, work for like 6 or 7 hours, go to the gym, work out, have a meal, and then work until like 4 or 5 in the morning. And I'm going to keep that schedule as a way to get as much I can done. And then one has to, it's like money. If you use money all the time, you won't have money when you need it. But if you save and you don't use much, on average, you can have a ball sometimes, like go on a vacation. And the same thing with time. Time is the most important thing we have. And we are wasting it on bad TV series. I wasted a lot of time on watching the news, on things that I should do. Okay, what happened today? You watch it, you're finished, now you know, you go back to work, you put on some music, and you go into the deep flow, and you feel fucking great. And I have been way too much on the phone, on Instagram, on Facebook, on everything. And then also TV series and all that shit that steals that quality time. In the end, you are spending your time on social media or other stupid shit instead of meeting people. And that will now stop. I'm very ready for taking control both over my money and my time, and it basically interacts. As an artist, it's extremely important, especially when it comes to the time and also money, to have control, because money means freedom and time means work done, and work done means good feeling, feeling great, being confident, feeling life has meaning. All these things can be destroyed simply by watching too many TV series. And there was a time I was like following 4 or 5 TV series a week. And it's ridiculous. I spent so much time watching this. And I didn't get enough sleep because, you know, you have to get time back somewhere. So you take it back in sleep. And if you do that, you're going to break down. You're not going to be able to work properly. So it was kind of a bad cycle. And I feel I'm in a process breaking it. Anyway, blah blah blah. I always fall into digression. I'm just saying, it's not just painting. Painting is great, but if you don't do the work, you won't do the work. And paintings doesn't make themselves. Just making this small onion takes hours and hours. Just the apple I painted now, the yellow apple for PATRON. For heaven's sake, it almost broke my back. That was just an apple. And if you're stressed while you do that, and you lose that glow, that happy feeling, and it becomes stressful, you lose the flow, you increase your cortisol, you lower your testosterone, and you get tired and everything. So get enough sleep, have a good schedule, and get shit done. As my great-grandmother told my grandmother, and my mother told me, you rest well on work well done. There's nothing better than sleeping or going to bed after a day with very constructive work. And if you can do that every day, you will feel so great. And I guarantee it. It works. Because I've done both. I know what doesn't work. And I know what works. Do a little bit of adjustment there. It's a little bit sharper. Like this. I think. Yeah. Here too. It has to be a little bit more thicker color here. So I'm just gonna, you see how the way I'm holding the brush now? I kind of just hold it lightly so I don't push down the paint. Now this layer is coming out and it creates that illusion of the light. Like this. Pow! You can almost hear the sound. It is basically like playing the piano. You have to touch it the right way. It's not just the color and the paint and the shadows, it also the pressure you put on the brush. Like loose and swoop. Do like this. And it feels like 3D. See? But it can't be all the same nuances everywhere. It has to be focused. You have to think a little bit like, if you look at Leonardo da Vinci's drawings, some lines are very tiny, some are very diluted, and there's a reason for that, to create that painted contrast even in drawings. And I remember when I was getting tattooed, I was pestering my tattooist with this, and he actually understood it because he had a more traditional art experience. He's quite a good painter, a very good drawer, and knew what he was doing. Also had tattooists who didn't know what they were doing. A girl once had made a rose and she just fucked it up, so that was more because she also didn't understand how to make shadows and lines and stuff like that. She did also everything at once, so it became infected. So that was a bad day. I think it's a little bit more round here, and of course I put on a lot of color there, so I just need to dig in. Now I'm kind of digging in, and I pushed the paint away, wet and wet. Now, that was better. I think that was better. Now I can always go in like this again. Push it back. I just need some medium. And actually maybe it's up there. And it comes a little bit more out like this, so it has changed a little bit. So it's kind of hard for me to, if I move this, I have to move that, and then I have to move the other thing, and then, you know how it is. It's, in the end, it starts growing, and you start changing stuff. And that was exactly what I was not going to do in this painting. I was going to stick with the beginning. Try not to, if I now push it back in a little bit, I think it was better when it came out a little bit. Like this, well, I figure it out. And then again, I want to enhance this. So I get more of that 3D feel to it. Yeah. So I don't think I'm going to call it quits for tonight. It's like 5 in the morning. And I can actually feel I'm getting a little bit tired. I also need to do some stretching because I've been standing a lot. Not stretching, but just some yoga or some motion to loosen up a little bit. Yeah. And next time I will start going into more focused neons. Yes. Trying to get these things to fall into place. You see now the shadow gives it a better there's something surrealistic with that shadow. That is why I'm not going to change it now. I'm just going to let it be like that because I like it exactly as it is. I'm just going to get this up here is more reddish, so I will do some adjustments of the colors and the textures, so I reach that complementary, more complementary contrast. And that is also very important when you paint figurative. A shadow has to be, if you want to create illusion of real room and real shadow, you can't just pour in a lot of black or stuff like that. You have to make this color be the complementary color, or the tertiaire, the third or secondary color of the wall. You know, if the wall here is more reddish, the shadow will be a mix between the reddish and the greenish. That will be the shadow color. And you just have to work on it until you find the right nuance. And that is about training your eyes to see when does it start to feel like it is the right shadow color, both in color and in nuance. You have to find that color. And that can be a challenge. That is what will create a surface that will feel alive. Actually, it will, in the end, if you can actually repeat it quite well, the complementary contrasts in the painting will make you feel that it's moving. And if you watch Rembrandt's paintings, that is exactly what he did. He came so close to reality in the shadows and the way he used the paint, that in the end it felt totally real. So yeah. Okay. Ugh, I can't tear myself away from it now. I'm in that spot, that beautiful, engaging feeling. And I have to experiment with the textures in the shadow, find the right thing. Anyway, because there's no greenish, they're reddish. You have the orange, you have blue, you have the red, you have the green, you have red there, green there. All these colors creates this sense of it being alive. Yeah. I do hope that I help you here. I think if you can understand this, the mix of texture, the right color, what the shadow color is made of, how to build, how to understand the surfaces, how to give it the right kind of texture. If you can come there, you'll come a long way. Then you have the drawing skills. That is my weak point actually. I'm not good at portraits and stuff. I really struggle. That is because I don't have this classical education. So I have to kind of figure it out as I go along with intuition and stuff. So it becomes both a scientific process, learning process in every single painting. And you don't get bored. Seriously, if you really get into it. Fuck, I'm positive today. Anyway, stay cool until next time. Hope you got something out of this long. Okay, I'm going in for some more detail. Has dried a little bit. A couple of days. I'm just gonna now start to mold. It's not totally dry. I put on so much paint the last time that it actually takes a little bit longer to dry. It's okay. Actually, sometimes it is even better to paint wet in wet, because you get you can actually mold. It's even easier to mold the paint as clay. Then again, I can't put on any lasur or glaze on it, but that is kind of a thing I do all the way in the end anyway, so yeah. So I have to shape these things, and it's going to take a while. It's going to be easier than, hopefully anyway, easier than the crispy onion, the one who died, because that became a real nightmare. Things changing too much. Actually see this onion is also starting to die, especially the green stuff, but there's going to be enough time to finish it before it says goodbye. Totally goodbye anyway. So yeah. Need some more krablak, or alzarin as they call it, as it is called. The thing with these red colors is that the nuances and the colors are more limited, so you have to be even better with the shape. It's not much to work with when it comes to the shape in the onion. But well, it's of course it's just as much as in anything else, but it's harder to see. That is my point. So February goes just too fast. It kind of lacks days. Those 4 days or 3 days that you lose is actually of some importance. For some reason I did it way too dark there. I need to get that to glide more into the background. Just tone it down. These are the things that are important to make it feel real. See now it's kind of more, it is darker, but it doesn't have that vivid color, so it's more subdued green or subdued, is that the right word? Up here now it's actually turning orange, but I'm not gonna start changing stuff too much. It's just gonna start confusing me and make everything a living hell. I'm gonna try to drag things this way so that I can create an illusion of this being round. When I do it like this, I have to go down a little bit deeper. Even deeper. The two things here are closer in neons, and that's going to be kind of a struggle. See. As you can see, first I build the gazelle, and then I start to go in with a smaller brushes to make details. But anyway, all the other things that I painted is underneath, so it kind of shines through. It gives it shape and substance. So that's what I'm after, basically. There's a shine there. I'm also going to make it smaller. When it shines, it actually shines through, so it's not correct to just put white on it. You just have to give it a feeling that the shine is coming from, well, both underneath and from on top. So, yeah. This one that comes out like this. Stuff like that can give it some feeling of being natural, because this comes behind there. It's like, was that correct? God, I'm tired. I went to the dentist today. I had 4 holes in my teeth. I haven't been to the dentist for years. I should go more rapidly. And I didn't get much sleep last night, so just couldn't. I had some fruit and fish and fatty fish before I went to sleep, and this kind of collided in my stomach. You shouldn't mix carbs and protein. It's not a good deal. Sometimes I just lose to my cravings, and that's what I did yesterday. And it cost me a night's sleep, so it's a bitch. Anyway, back to painting. I need to get this to be round. This is the problem I had with the apple, to get it to stand on the ground properly. And I kept banging that drum for so long. I just had to kill it and build it up again, and kill it and build it up again. It just drive me insane. Okay, I'm painting quite dry now. I want to have some control over the paint. So when you paint dry, you can actually, if there's too much oil in it, you tend to just glide out. It's like it doesn't become any textures in it. When you are using thicker color, you can actually pile on more. And get a better effect. That's my opinion anyway. You have to do something here to get it to get that round shape. I'm looking forward to doing more figure painting. can give it a little bit more. See how I crisscross all the time? I try to, at the same time as I build textures, I'm building neons, but I'm also building in directions. I try to figure out the right directions. And it is kind of constant work in progress. There is no real, I don't have the solution in front of me before I start. Of course I have experience, and as I see, I can in a way see a little bit into the future with my skill to see how different things can affect other things. But it also works like this: the deeper you go, the more difficult it is to predict, because small things you do will have an enormous impact. And I come back to that apple I just painted, where I just totally lost control. I just couldn't get it right. And I can see that I made a 1 minute time-lapse video that I just posted on Facebook and Instagram. But actually see now that I was actually done with it, but I couldn't see it, and I broke it down again and built it up again. To me, when I'm looking at the video, it actually looks like I was finished, but I was so entrapped into my neurosis. That is what it becomes like. It becomes like a neurosis at some point, and you just can't see anymore, and you start to collapse. But I managed to build it up again, and of course all this building up and down and up and down, it also gave it a little bit more substance probably, but it was a little bit more prettier before I broke it down. So I don't know what is best, pretty or more substance. I think it would have been nice to have both, but I mean, you can't have everything you point to. So I'm starting to feel that this is going to be difficult, and it makes me anxious. I used way too much time on that apple and the other onion I painted, compared to the price I get for it. But art isn't about the money. It is, for me anyway, about getting it right, getting it to become aesthetic and beautiful. So that's my mission, the challenge. So I'm going to turn off the camera now, or this video is going to become just as long and tedious as all the other videos, and that was not the point. Already it's 21 minutes, Jesus. Okay, hello again my friends. I am going to try to finish this off today. It's going to be a stretch, but I will try my best. It's always down to the small things, always down to the small, how I managed to avoid the usual traps. Just need some medium. I'm going to do some light glazing. Call it light glazing because I'm not going to cover the surface. I'm just going to put some in the shadows and stuff so I can see better the contrasts. Yeah, as usual I'm using my French ultramarine. It can be different French ultramarine, it can be deep, it can be just French ultramarine. It's different colors, no, different depth, different yeah, you know what I mean, different hues, not hues, but darkness, you know what I mean, fuck. Jesus, sometimes my English just goes out of the window, as they say. As you can see, I did put on some retouché vernis before I did this, like 10 to 15 minutes ago. You see some of the color wasn't totally dry, so it kind of glazed in. And now there's actually as in Norway call it kant. You know, this white now is clearly coming out, and this is clearly more subdued in both texture and the amount of paint, so it kind of falls into the white, which I've been working around, and I'm gonna do a little bit more of that right here. I'm just gonna see how I think when I paint here. Since there's I'm just now going back and I paint over the paint that's spilled, you see now, and even more now I'm building. It's almost like a small canyon in a way. What's the English name? So embarrassing when I keep screwing up the language. And the same with that shadow. There too, there's a big difference between the thickness of the color in the shadow in the light, and here too. So this is how I build it to get this over, almost a little bit over real sculptural reality, but you have to focus it, and sometimes it's easy to just go too far and you kind of lose more than you gain. And yeah, so be a little bit careful. You have to think about where you're going to put the different textures actually before you start painting. Like I want the light to feel the most here, so I can't use the same amount of white there as there. I have to kind of always work with both the hue, the texture, the amount of color I put into the white, and of course, yeah. But here I can actually go, since this is going to be the most vivid, I can just take the white and just push it in, you know, just keep building that so it comes right out. And that is how our eyes actually see the different things. It's quite embarrassing to say this, but I've never seen the night watch in real life, but I've seen a lot of photos of the close-ups and the details, and of course I've seen many other Rembrandt paintings, and they say that the spear looks like it's coming out of the painting, and that is actually due to just these things. He has used these effects to the full. He has built a relief in that painting, and that is why they say it has a sense of almost motion, that the figures and the object in the paintings are actually moving and are alive. So that is the way they do that. So that's something to aim for. Painting is not about creating a flat surface. Well, if that is the kind of painter you want to be. Some painters just want to be sketch artists, and it's very easy to fool people to believing that a good sketch is a good painting. It isn't necessarily a good painting, it's a good sketch. So a good painting is something, in my view anyway, and this is subjective. I cannot claim any objectivity here. I can only claim my own subjective opinion, and that is very important also as an artist, to differentiate between your subjective opinion and your objective objective reality. How do you measure objectively a good painting? Well, that's quite a hard thing, but then I lean to that's why I'm always leaning to my objective standard, which is people like Rembrandt, which has used the paint, the art of painting, the art of paint to the full. And of course that is why Vermeer called his masterpiece the art of painting. And I have a couple of pictures I want to paint which I actually will want to call the art of painting, but as a subtitle. Even a whole exhibition maybe I would like to call that. Now maybe this was a little bit too much, then I start to compete with this. So what I can do is actually increase the thickness of the color here. Also the direction of the color is very important. I can do like this, and then I do like this, and I keep on molding it, and then I'm gonna push this down a little bit, put some more warmer, maybe a little bit warmer color into it, so it kind of calms down a tiny bit. Now that shadow is difficult, and when I think it's quite fun now. It's maybe a little bit too clear, so I have to also lighten it up a little bit, maybe with some greenish, yellowish color. I wonder if it's a little bit more greenish. I have painted this more blue, and I don't think that is right, so I have to go in and try to change it to some more, a little bit more greenish hue. Yeah, more like this. I'm trying to figure that out. And often you just have to go a little bit back and forth with different blues and different greens and some maybe some black and tone down some blue colors and some yellow colors, and just try to find the right color. Now it was too bright, so I go in with a little bit of, actually this color is called blue black. It's actually from Winsor Newton. It's one of the few Winsor Newton paints I actually use. And of course you can also use the raw umber, which also can be a good color too. That was raw umber I put in now, and it seems like that might be the answer to this problem. With the blues I have put in, it might be the right, might getting closer to the right shadow color. And this is what I did here was cadmium yellow, so I put that into the blue. So see, now I'm starting to mix the color on the canvas. I'm trying to find the right shadow color from that, because this shadow color here is not that easy to see exactly what color it is. Because it's hard to see exactly what color this is. It's red-ish, and this is blue-ish, green-ish something. It was just a green surface and it was a red surface. That is very easy to find the right color. There's no sweat. And that shadow now starts to look more and more like a knife and or something. And I have now stopped believing it in it, so I need to shake that up a little bit, because it becomes too drawn, and in the end you stop believing it, because no shadow is that strict. Now there's a lot of things that has happened to the onion until now, so it has changed, and some of the shadows goes up there, but I'm not going to start fucking up with that again. I'm just going to keep it like this and try to, and I also have to make the lines here melt together. And this, you see, I can actually drag some white from there in here, so it seems like the shadows are more just laying on top of the textures. Maybe the best thing, I'm gonna do that in another video. I'm just gonna leave the shadow to the end, and I'm just gonna use a lasur and put it on top of all the other texture, just to see what happens. I'm gonna do an experiment, see what happens, because that is also a good way to do it. But then it's a lasur, so it will actually be more vulnerable for changes, because it's a thinner color. It's not kind of integrated in the paint itself, it's more on top of the paint. So it's a little bit scary to do that when you're thinking about how a painting will be if it has been hanging in the sun somewhere or something like that. So I just do that as an experiment and see what happens. I don't even think I'm going to film it. Maybe I film. I don't know. Let's see. Anyway, that was the shadow. I'm not finished with it yet, but it's kind of coming around. I'm going to do more here, and I'm going to also do some up here with the get the thing that grows to look more natural. And that is kind of, if I succeed now with actually really focusing, I can actually be able to finish this painting basically today, just maybe with a thin lasure the day after, instead of standing here for hours on hours. I have to, it's lighter here and it goes in there, so I have to be able to create that illusion of this being round. And it's always very difficult with a red onion because, as I say, the neons are much more subtle and the colors are very close to one another. So one has to be extremely alert to that. Yeah. See here the connection, and I'm gonna give these things more life. Small stuff like that, the lines behind here get, now this is going up there, I can't do that. And I think this is coming in there, so I have to, yeah, that line has to go higher. I'm actually making painting now for the, I should be finished now, but I'm not, so for the February lottery, and this is actually for the January PATRON painting, but I'm also filming the palette in that, so you might want to see that if you wonder what I'm doing. Well, on the palette, I guess some people do find that quite helpful. Yeah. My channel is slowly growing. It is slow, but it is real. There is no tricks, there is nothing, there is no I don't advertise, I just post my videos on social media, and I have been better to, actually in the beginning when I started out videos, I knew nothing about tagging and stuff, so I guess if I knew what I was doing, I would have had a much bigger channel by now. And of course also if my videos were cooler, shorter, more to the point, it will also probably grow. So I'm gonna start doing both to the point videos and extremely long videos, like 10 and 15 hour videos where I just paint and talk and paint and just go totally crazy. Because it's my legacy. It will be long after I'm dead. These videos will potentially be around and teach people to paint. So, and that's a nice thought. And I can also get the chance to talk about all the other stuff I'm thinking about. So I should just use the opportunity to have the platforms one can, actually, when it comes to I will start dragging it in like this so I get that shape. It's very important to start dragging like this, because then you get that physical, you work the same way as it is physically moving in reality. Anyway, I'm gonna keep painting for a few hours. I'm gonna come back to you when I'm done. So see what happens. Okay. 20 minutes. Every video becomes so... Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. I think the onion is starting to become an onion. It is kind of this I'm fighting with now to get this thing the right kind of round. That is always difficult to kind of get that last. But I think I'm almost there. It's a good feeling. I've been working with basically all over the place. Also trying to give this a little bit more life. It has actually, in real life, this has dried totally up, so but I'm not going to change that much. I'm just putting in some of the extra stuff, you know. I'm choosing now what I will keep and what I will change, just to enhance the shapes and stuff. You know, this it is difficult, but also quite fun, actually. This painting has gone relatively painless, actually. I think I brought with me a lot of experience from the other dry onion I was fighting with a while ago, and I have been able to tap into that experience. See what I did now? I just made this come out just with a small touch, and you do like that and it feels more natural. Even that's the where to stop, because if you put in too much, it starts to feel, it's not really how it can be in real life. But then again, I think that works. I also put in some more colors into this one. But the shape here is the bitch now. That is the difficult part. You see, I put my finger like this. I have a friend who is using the kind of stick. Can have a stick that goes over. Now, usually, if I'm a little dirty there, but it's not more than I can paint over after. To get this to feel round is really difficult, because you have to find the right hue and the right, and they are so close together. It's almost impossible to see it. So it is actually things like that can take a lot of many hours with just adjusting back and forth until you feel you hit the jackpot. And also it's difficult because they are inside or underneath this crispy thing, and it's very difficult to get them to feel like it's shining just true. And I will repeat it with doing this. And there are also some here. Maybe shake it up a little bit. The best thing now is just to let it dry until tomorrow or the day after that, and do a touch up when it's dry, when I have a little bit more oversight, because it's very easy for me to now to start overdo stuff and fuck everything up. That is always a horrible situation. It's like being at war. Just kidding. Yeah. Feel like I'm at war actually when I'm painting. At war with myself. I remember I had a friend many years ago. We are not friends anymore. It was after I had gone to an art school. I just want to say you don't learn to paint in an art school. You learn some basic art thing, and they keep demanding for 2 years that you are going to be a conceptualist. If you want to paint like this in Norway, they're going to look like you as you are poison, basically. And the art scene in Norway is quite strange that way. Anyway, I had this friend, and I was working on this painting like crazy. I couldn't kind of get it to where I wanted it. His comment, well, it's good enough for the bastards that's gonna buy it. And I just looked at him and say, what? It is not about them. It is about me. It is a challenge between me and the painting, me and this onion, me and... It's me. Of course you want the customer to have the best product, but a fight is not to win money or to win any prize. The only prize worth winning in a sense that will actually lead you to feel better about yourself is actually crossing that skill wall and getting better and doing a good job. And of course this guy never were able to become a true artist. He couldn't put his soul into it. He could have been good too, because he was a good drawer and stuff, but he couldn't understand the texture and the value of the subjective matter that is put in over time. He just could not get that thing, and he just dried up. And that is what they do. And in the end, they start to attack me for everything me, actually. And they usually do that. People who can't live up to their own expectations, if they have a friend who's doing better they just can't stand it, you know, they just become so envious, and this guy was a complete narcissist. I remember I was down in my nerves in a way because I drank too much, and he started more, the lower I got, the more he stood there pissing at me, and it's impossible. It's just strange. I mean, if a friend of you are down, your impulse should be to lift him up, not to stand over him and piss him in the face, basically. So, yeah. And I remember another one too. He was also a painter, and I always wanted to learn how to play the piano because I love piano music. This ex-painter said, why learn to play we can just learn the Moonlight Sonata or something like that and impress the girls in Naspil. That was his vision for his artistic life, impressing girls. And I guess his painting was about the same thing. It was a solipsistic thing about pride and that never lasts. It has to be about love, and a love between you and a thing you try to create. That is when art starts to happen. Not in conceptual art where they are whining about their ideas, which they always believe is the best ideas ever. So intellectual and speak the right language, blah-de-body. But there's no substance, no truth, no love. Because love is really dangerous. Passion, true passion, that is dangerous, really dangerous. Puts you on the spot. It's like being in love all the time. And when you fail, you feel it. You really feel it. Anyway, and with this, I rest my case for today. And I'm just going to put in some strategic brushstroke that can dry. So it gives that sense of space. And I place it basically here. Saw that? What happened now? That is what you do when you get more skill. You can manipulate stuff, like you can actually foresee how brushstrokes will give the room that bang you're after. And sometimes you fuck it up, you know. And I need a little bit more of the yellowish here. So now you see it kind of repeats the colors without actually being on the same level. And yeah. God, I love this. Really, really, really love this. Whew. Strange. I used to be a welder. I used to be a welder, a young boy, training karate, boxing, chasing girls and welding. That was what I used to do. Now I'm still training. I'm not chasing girls that much anymore because it just takes too much time. And I had my share. So definitely had my share. But if I meet someone I like, I'm open for that too. But you know, I'm 51 soon, so I guess time's running out for that big love thing. Oh, love, love, love. Everybody wants love. But what they really want is not give, they want to have, they want to get, they want to receive. I want to give. I wish I could give. That has always been my problem with the girls in my life. I had very nice girls, but I had problems giving all of me to them, and that made them very sad. And I have so many regrets. So I just need a break from that. If I'm gonna fall for a girl, she has to be beautiful, so I can paint her. She has to have a big butt and a nice small waist, beautiful face, and she has to be quite young, because I like younger girls, and that's a fact. And I'm too old for that now, so I quit. I'm not quitting, I'm just kidding. Actually, I told my daughter, because she told me, oh, you always look at the girls, she says. And I told her, you shouldn't be worried about that. You should be worried the day I stop looking at the girls. Anyway, I'm gonna finish it next time. I'm gonna let it dry a little bit, so now I'm actually starting to lose control here. I can actually see it, and I just can't stop because I'm getting into that manic thing where I start babbling about things that has nothing to do with painting. Again. Oh, it's so hard to get this, but if I continue now, I'm just gonna fuck it up, so there's no point. See, just fuck it up. And I still love girls. There's no doubt about it. But I had my share. Okay. That reminds me a little bit of the painter, what's his name again? There's this documentary, the guy with a rough, English guy with a very rough brush strokes, Freud. He kind of went in with a color and he looked at the stuff and he just put colors in like that. And he kind of built it by points, and it's really fascinating to see him paint. There was a documentary made of him right before he died, when you can see his his way of painting. It was really fascinating to see. So I should look that up on YouTube. Whew. And it was actually, they filmed some of his last days when he was painting. Right before he died. So it's funny how it's so hard for us to realize that we're going to die someday. But it's on my schedule. So. Okay, my friends, I will now, for today, rest my case. I feel that this is going my way, and it makes me happy. So, yeah. It's a shame I couldn't finish it today, because I could have had my YouTube, my PATRON lottery tomorrow. But yeah, whatever. Okay, okay. Oh shit. Let me see. Red onion. Looks better actually on the film than in real life. Okay, here we are again. I'm gonna do the last things on this beautiful onion. I don't know if it's beautiful, but some people tell me that. The important thing now is to get the last things right. I was thinking about putting on some, maybe I will put on some retouchefanes a few places, just to see what happens. I'm actually afraid it hasn't dried long enough, so it could actually become a little bit, that the color dissolves a little bit, but I don't think, no, didn't, not yet anyway. See the depth is coming out when I use that retouchefanes. I can see the colors better, and that is why it's important to actually you paint it and you let it dry for a while, and then you put on a couple of layers. I don't like to use a dama fanes because I think it's too thick. You see now it's kind of dissolving a little bit. It's just superficially, but I should stop with that. Because you then let it dry for a while, and you put on a couple of layers. I put on a couple of layers of retouchefanes before I send it off to the customer or to the lucky patron winner, for that matter. Yeah, that is what I do. Now, what I'm going to do today is try to just enhance different things that will give it a little bit more shape around here, and that is basically what I have left here. So, but that is also some of the most difficult things, because as you've seen me before, when I'm really struggling with stuff like that, I tend to screw it up. It's a horrible thing when you start screwing up. It can, sometimes I think it's going to take like half an hour, maybe 15 minutes, and it takes 10 hours because I can't stop. My manic mind just can't get me to stop in time. And there is no... The thing with paintings like that, there aren't really a stop sign. There's no point where I know, oh, I have done everything I can, or is this what I was after, or there is always another layer. And it could basically be a infinity project. I mean, it could keep on painting on the same painting for a very long time. I mean, for a lifetime almost, because there's always something that you can do better. But then again, I'm not going to live forever or infinitely, so I have to choose when to stop. And often that is quite difficult. I'm going to do some overpaint here, give it a little bit more. I try to figure out what kind of hue it is. Without losing anything. And then I was actually going to paint there, but I saw I could. Maybe that is why some people experience my painting as quite intense, because I put everything into them. It's exhausting actually, sometimes. So yeah, try to see if I can get this to stick to the ground. I've seen also when I finish a painting and I let it hang on the wall for a while, before I send it, I can see that after a while more of the paint starts to fall into place. I don't know. I've been thinking about that. Is that just my brain getting used to the painting? So I stop seeing all the things I feel I could do better? Or is it actually that the paint are falling in more into place? And I haven't been able to find any information about that. But I know that if the surface is all dry, it has kind of one surface in a way, one surface. Not that much depth, but at least all the different colors are on the same level. But then you have what happens when it has dried and the verniz has dried some places but not other places, and you get this, there's verniz somewhere but not other places, and that can make you, trick you into feeling that this is not in harmony. Trying to figure out, there's some white brighter colors here. Yeah, that did something. And there's also here. It goes from the red to the more deeper black kind of colors, not a deep violet, deep, yeah. So do like this. That's the right color. Then I have to kind of bring up a shine somewhere. As you can see, I'm not a super realist. For me, it's more paint. I'm not that. As a realist, I'm not that. Maybe I'm a more realist because I try also to get all the depth and all the. I try to kind of get the painting to, or the object to come out from the painting. So maybe even more realist than other painters. But I'm not a photorealist. I'm a more, I would say, a more sculptural, painted sculptural realist. The sculptural aspect with the object is extremely important to me. It is, for me, it is a form of realism that tells me about the laws of nature, science, yeah, for some reason. Now, I think every artist should know some science, or basic physics, because you will start seeing physics everywhere. And you start seeing the objects more objectively, not that subjectively, as we are kind of trained to do. Our brains are extremely subjective. I tell you, I don't know if I told this before in the video, but I had this crazy experience the other day, and I was having these two earrings that a girl had lost on my floor in one of my studio parties because she was dancing like crazy and she lost, and I found them. It was three of them. I shouldn't have said that in the beginning because it kind of kills the plot, but anyway, when I put these earrings, because they're quite small, one of them was a diamond, because I was scared of losing them again, I put them on this mirror on my table. And the other day I was going to put these into a small plastic bag and deliver it to a friend of hers again that also lost some, or had some shoes she forgot. Anyway, I pick up that mirror with these earrings, and accidentally they fall off that mirror onto the table, and I find them. And I put them into the bag, but I think, where the hell is it? The other three. And I started looking all over the place for the rest of them, the next three. And I kept on looking, I rearranged them, I took everything off my table, I dusted the floor, I even put the dust into this kitchen, you know, when you can take water out of pasta and stuff, and I was shaking it and trying to find these earrings, and I was doing this for 10 hours, and in the end I was so mad, and I sent this girl a message: I'm sorry, I lost 3 of your earrings, and I put the other ones into that bag that I And she sends a message back, but it was only 3. And I remember, yeah, of course. I was looking for something that didn't even exist. Because my eyes were tricked by believing. Look at the mirror. My eyes were tricked to thinking subconsciously that there was actually 6 of them. And I almost went crazy looking for these earrings that didn't even exist. And I actually knew it was 3. It was just that this thing made my brain go into a total tunnel vision, and probably the cortisol and the anger and my hyperactivity and everything just turned my brain into mush. And I'm sure that if she didn't send me that message, I would have moved every furniture, I would have used a vacuum on the floor, I would have opened, you know, the thing that you vacuum, that bag, and I would have cut it up and tried to find these earrings. And the frustration over not finding them, because I know science and I couldn't understand how they could disappear. I just knew they had to be somewhere, because they couldn't disappear in that matter. 1 maybe, but 3, that is not fucking possible. That is just not rational. And I was looking everywhere, until I realized that the mirror had tricked my brain, even if I knew, to believe that I lost 3 earrings. So that was, when I realized it, I just laughed. That was just so crazy, and I felt actually kind of relief, because I thought I have lost this diamond thing. And my point is that our brains are so susceptible to illusions and to deception that you can never trust yourself. You can never actually be sure that what you see is actually what you see. And when it comes to the painting, that is the point of this. When it comes to the painting, it's kind of the same thing, because when I'm painting now, I see so many things that I want to do better. I see a lot of things that I feel is unfinished. And that is because my brain has gone into this extremely subjective stress mode, where I really can't get it right. But if I turn it against a wall for a couple of days and I just don't look at it, and I bring it back up, and then I see, hey, it is finished. It is good enough. It is done. So, yeah, we shouldn't always trust our own intuition. I guess that's the point. So, yeah, I don't know. Kind of just lost the point there. But so when I stress with getting this painting done, I have to keep in mind that a lot of my stress and a lot of the things that holds me back from actually calling it quits is an extremely subjective experience. And it is also in combination with actually a fear I have from my childhood to not being good enough. I didn't get this from my parents, by the way, because my parents are just beautiful. I was a little bit kind of not picked on physically, but I was kind of pushed out for a little while, and it left a mark on my soul, that always, constantly keeps me in a subjective doubt on how, if I'm good enough, if it's good enough. It's almost like a neurosis that leads to almost a form of eating disorder. And I also had that, so I mean, many years ago I always had this compulsion to attack my own looks and try to better myself. And when I was young, somebody had told me that I was fat, so I lost several kilos during Christmas. I remember it vividly, and at that time we weren't actually, as the kids are fat today, there's no doubt about that, they're really fat. But then, just being a little bit husky, having a little bit fat on your body would be considered fat. So it left its mark, no doubt. But in a way, it's a good way to always demand more of yourself. So it's kind of a neurosis that brings with it, it's a negative neurosis that brings with it a driving force to do better than most people don't have. And in combination with the drive you get from being kind of a high testosterone man and some ADHD, I call it the warrior gene. It just enhances this thing. So yeah, maybe some of you recognize yourself in what I'm saying, but don't look at your neurosis as a bad thing necessarily. Just make him your friend, make them into your driving force to better yourself always, and you will be able to walk the extra mile that other people aren't able to, because they do not have that driving force in combination with a genome that can actually make you run longer. A good example of a person who has this severely, I would say, is Donald Trump. He is a extremely high testosterone guy with an extreme drive. I don't think it comes from a low self-esteem. Maybe it does. Maybe it is a low self-esteem on some level, but he is able to take any shit and even grow like crazy in the light of extreme negativity from other people, from the media, from the political people who disagree with him. In fact, they don't even disagree, they just hate him. So. And I think he's good example how the kind of driving force can actually make you succeed in basically everything. if you can muster that force of that type of personality in Gino. Most of you probably hate him, but I happen to have studied him, and in the end I figure out that this guy is actually not half as bad as people say, and he's probably much better than most know. So, yeah. Though I do agree that he says some really stupid things once in a while, like he and Kim Il-jung fell in love. He believes when Kim Il-jung says he didn't know about warm bear, crowd size, and kind of silly stuff. But yeah, okay. From painting to Donald Trump. It's funny, really. I'm the master of digression. I'm forcing you to listen to me, almost. See now? It's actually starting slowly, very slowly, to fall into place. Very slowly. I'm just talking about driving force here. I mean, how can a 70-year-old man outpace any 20-year-old 5 times and not using any hormones or medicine? That's amazing. So whether you hate Donald Trump or you like him, you have to realize that in some way you have to give him credit for the incredible stamina he has. And even if I didn't like it, I would give him credit for that. And that would be the honest thing to do. It's like I don't care about sports at all. I always love to exercise and do martial arts and stuff like that because it gives me a bang. And I love motion, I love dancing, I love everything that has to do with using my body. It can be dancing, it can be painting, it can be sex, it can be anything. I just go all the way in everything I do, everything I like. And when I see this, even as I don't care about sports because I think it's a waste of time to watch other people do things, I'm able to acknowledge high amount of skill, endurance and stuff. So I can actually identify with that. And at the same time say, fuck, I don't give a rat's ass about sports. But I do acknowledge the work that's taken for these people to get where they are. So, yeah. That is how I can respect even people I don't like on that level. No sweat. What I do dislike is artists who's hiding behind conceptualism, modern art, and has a almost sociopathic or psychopathic view of themselves as saviors or special or anything of that matter. Because I know personally that great ideas comes from science, and great painting or art comes from endurance and not ideas. You want to talk about your ideas? Write a fucking book and follow it up with rational thinking and a book, of course. This is really hard. So I will stop talking now and I will show you the finished result when it's done. Stay cool. 29 minutes. Okay. I am doing some lasure, some glaze over. I feel I'm kind of near the end, and what I'm doing is just to put in some glaze with colors. As you can see, I did too much. Then do like this, just to give it some sense of you don't want it to be all white, you know. It's like you need to have color in your surfaces, and there is color in it, but I also want a little bit more of a kind of a live looking shine. So I'm trying to put in some pure colors on top of the white. I don't want to lose the white, but I also don't want it to feel just white. See, it's a little not dry yet, so I have to fix it afterwards a little bit. But now it kind of falls into all these textures, and I think it's going to become nice. I can also go over it a little bit more after that. If I also now use a blue glaze, lasur, over here and also over the shadow, you see that the shadow becomes darker and I get more. It feels a little bit more like the shadow is absolutely falling in to. It's funny how fast it actually dries. Yeah, so I get more. Oh, I dragged some color from there over. That was good. So I just do like this. So now you see that. Kind of. Actually, I've probably said that before. I don't like the kind of term, because in reality things are or they are not. So, but then it's a kind of a matter of speech. It's kind of an annoying matter of speech that you can't get out of, and maybe it is just a way to point out some amount of uncertainty, and it is a painting, so it isn't that certain. You know, also use the glaze in here, so I managed to differentiate these two surfaces a little bit more. Danger is that if you then, after you have used glaze, it's very hard to work on top of it because the difference in textures then, or impression, is quite high. So I have to manage to make that look good. Yeah. There was this wooden thing going over here. It was screwed into the concrete, and that's why it's a different color here and there. Okay. Okay. Just fish up some of the differences, and I will It's always so difficult. I thought I was going to do this for just half an hour maybe when I started. Maybe an hour. Now it has been 4 or 5 hours. And I'm in that place where I can't really convince myself that it's okay. There is a little small detail I like very much. And that is root white actually coming out there. I try to get that in. It's very small, tiny. And it comes out here from underneath, and it does so there's a small thing there. That's the kind of thing that can make or break something. Yeah, and it's a little bit, tiny bit orange. Because it has started to grow, so it's very typical that when it starts to grow, it starts to come out. So these things. And like this. I have to get it to stand. That is I always have problem with this last thing here. Get it to kind of paint in the gravity so it actually really is stuck to the ground. And I'm standing so close to it that it's hard to get the impression. So I should actually move more back and forth. But then again, I get emotionally stuck. I remember once when I was a young artist, I had my first studio in Stavanger in Norway. It's actually the oil capital of Norway. It's not the capital, it's the oil, where the oil business is very popular. Anyway, I was standing for hours on end, totally fixated, totally almost in a state of hypnosis, painting on this big figure painting. I think it was a self-portrait, and I couldn't get it right, and I had a cat, and the cat fell asleep. I've been standing so long that the cat has actually fell asleep between my feet. So when I felt I was done or took a break, I just took a step. I stepped on the cat. Poor cat, and I jumped high. I don't know who was the most shocked, me or the cat actually, but it was quite fun to think back on. So that is how deep You go so deep into this trance that you just forget all time and space, and you step on cats. Some sleep. Oh. Do a little bit, enhance it a little bit. I'm glad I have learned to relax more now. I don't need to go out. It's actually Saturday night and I would be extremely restless. Usually I would have been before extremely restless if I didn't go out somewhere. I've come to a place in my life, I guess, that I'm able to relax more at home and just paint and just have a nice time all by my lonesome. And that's a good thing. It's when you fall in love with your own silence. You don't need the constant verification from other people. You actually have some freedom to both be and do whatever the fuck you want. You don't need people that much anymore. Now, we are social beings, so of course we need some socialization and stuff, but I used to be kind of masochistic almost. It's like I had to go out. I had to go that and that cafe every day, do something. But now, just it's not that important anymore. Maybe it's my hormones. I'm just getting old. Maybe that is how it is getting old. Just find this inner peace because your testosterone levels are falling. You don't need to chase girls all the time. Not all the time, just sometimes. I don't chase girls anymore. It's a long time since I did that. I don't think I ever chased girls, actually. They just happened to kind of fall on my lap. I've never been good at this game, you know, the flirting game or dating game. Really a lousy doing that. It's never been my strong side. I never had the confidence, if you know what I mean. And that comes also with things that happen in childhood. If you have been a little bit hurt, you will kind of avoid situations where you're put in emotional jeopardy. So try to avoid subconsciously situations of rejection and stuff like that. But now, at the age of 50, I'm like 51 in a month, I really don't feel that shyness anymore. I feel much more confident. I feel more fulfilled, more me, more whole as a person, and more relaxed. And I think even the girls are starting to react better to it, and people in general. I used to be shy and feeling that I wasn't good enough, and people were more interesting than me, and you know, all that shit. And now I just feel equal. There is no one over me or below me. They're only beside me. So, yeah. And I love people, actually. Strangely love. People think that I don't. Many think that I'm too rude and too direct and stuff, and I am. Yeah, I am. Really, seriously, I am. Can be really rude. Especially if people are whiners and snowflakes. I hate that shit. But I love conversation. I love people. It makes me happy to see people succeed. And yeah, I think or in general, a nice person with definitely some bad traits that if you are a bully, I really dislike you in a way that almost scares me. Things I think that I can do with an asshole. I call them asshole, period. There are some assholes out there, there's no doubt about that. Now you see what I'm doing, I'm just kind of touching up everything. Going around making stuff more, kind of a little bit more whole. That is kind of the whole shebang. Oh, this is so difficult. It is like, for some reason, the woolly mammoth came into my head because this is woolly. I'm gonna just falls into the background. Now, what I'm going to do, I was supposed to start making this video of this painting today, but I see now that I do need one more go here to make it really good. And I'm gonna make it dry one more time. Instead of hurry up, I'm gonna give it one more go with the most beautiful detail. Go really into it around here so it feels right. And this is what makes or breaks my paintings. I know that you wouldn't see the difference, but it isn't you that is going to see the difference. It is me. This is about me doing the best I can. And yeah, also want this to shine a little bit more. So difficult. You have no idea. When you get in up to this level, it really starts to screw at your head. I'm going to stop and then I'm going to paint on something else and relax with it. And I'm going to go to bed and do my taekwondo tomorrow with my teacher or friend or whatever, Said Muhammadi. Okay. So, no. So annoying. Okay, I need to put a little seal over that. Glaze over it. And then a few points of light that just boom brings it right up. Here's a white, maybe I don't know why, but that's what it is. And there's a little leaf thing there. Oh, fuck, sorry. Can't even hear what I'm saying now. You should never hurry up a painting. You should always try to bring yourself down, because it's when you start stressing, that is when everything is put in jeopardy. You're gonna just start fucking it up. So, yeah. There's also a little bit of light behind there that hits from the side. It's so hard. Now this one has changed totally. I'm going to show you after it how it has totally changed from the beginning, and it went quite fast actually. When it first starts to dye, it starts to change very, very fast. So this one has actually turned all red now, and this has just turned into some crispy shit, and I should just stop because I'm just gonna start, you know, I'm always starting to change stuff, and that was what I promised myself in this. Don't start to change stuff too much. Stick with the beginning, and yeah, that is what I'm going to do. This one has turned totally into a crisp. There's nothing left, just a dead stick. But I don't need to paint it as a dead stick. I can give it a little bit more presence there. A little bit more. Something like this. And also, now I'm kind of inventing stuff, okay? It's not really there as you see what I'm doing here, but it is there in a way. So yeah, I need to turn it a little bit more. I think it was, yeah, there. This one. Yeah, there's also some white down here. We have this that I never really able to. Yeah, now I see it. Small things. Now it goes over in here. Darker there. I had such hope for finishing this painting today, but I just have to acknowledge that it beat me to the punch, and that I need at least one more go on it. And that's okay. I just have to. It's also if you have a plan, you can actually feel a little bit cheated when you're not reaching that goal. But when you have actually realized that this is not happening today, it's not that easy to, that difficult to accept it, and you just resign to it and think, okay, fuck it, I'm doing a better job tomorrow or the day after. Yeah. I did put on too much, and I have to do something about that, because I did actually put on a little bit too much texture in the beginning, and I have to, even me, have to start focusing my textures in the beginning a little bit more, so I don't get into so many problems. I don't need to give myself more trouble than I have to, because it's kind of difficult for me to get this line correct, because I have given it too much textures. So it's hard for me to see what is what. Yeah, there's a shine in the onion from ground up. And the same thing underneath there. Okay. Okay, I want to let it dry now. And I'm going to paint more tomorrow. And this video will also become incredibly long. See what I've done now. Hope it helps. Okay. Okay, I think this onion is actually becoming quite nice now. I'm fighting the same fight I always do in the end. I also made myself a very small palette today, because I had to go in more like a surgeon and try to find the right peace of mind and not screw it up, because that is also always a danger that I start overdoing stuff and fuck it up, and then suddenly 1 hour of painting is 10 and it's really screwed up and I'm depressed and want to throw it into the wall and all that shit. But it's a part of the process. It's the same thing every time. I did it with the apple and the dry onion and the roses, and actually this one went a little bit less painful, and I think it has to do with I've been fighting so much with the other paintings that I could actually harvest all the experience I harvested from them. I put it into this one, and or it was just a composition or the onion or whatever, state of mind. Some days it's just what I have been eating, if I have been training or not, if I have been training too hard or not too hard, or you know, it's a lot of reasons why one day can be horrible and others good. But there's always this last thing here that is the most difficult, because all the nuances are so close up to one another and you're so scared of screwing up. It's going to be nauseating. But yeah, I think I have actually reached what I was after in this, and then I can let it go now. I don't want to overdo the green. Maybe I will do something here because I can see that. But you don't want it to drawn and you don't want it to be messy. So that's difficult. So then I have to do some white because of this. So you see now, boom, it got more. But then again, this line here is too much, too drawn, and want that to be a little bit more elusive. That was difficult because it's dry. And then I do like this. Yeah, now it kind of falls a little bit more into the background, a little bit more. And this is how my days are, basically. That's funny. I used to be a welder and now I'm doing this. And the more often I do it, the happier I am and the more fulfilled I feel as a human. And it's so beautiful to be able to sit around there and even teach you, because I have gotten some really nice people to told me that they really get something out of it. And some new patrons. And yeah, it's started to working for me, this thing. And yeah, you see that? The little there was enough. And I would like to do more, but then, you know, it's like I want to make it a little bit, maybe, and then maybe a little touch of some orange right there, and boom, it kind of livens up. Because all these things, I'm going to show you the onion after this, has actually just totally, some of them has just totally died. Others are still holding on. So you want to make it a little bit natural, so it actually feels like it's actually can be that way. And yeah. Red onion. Okay, there's something here that bugs me. Oh, yeah, I want to do that too. You see, the tools now are down to this, and I started with a big pencil. You saw that, and when you get into this, it just comes down to yeah, that was. And I just touch, and I try to create this crispy feeling. Like this. You have to kind of do like this with your eyes, because when I focus on that, I actually see it as more white than it is. And since my brain works like that, I kind of, as I talked about before, I'm putting everything into compartments. Compartmentalize, is that the right word? And then I kind of build it piece by piece, like I would build a sculpture. And then I also have to see the whole thing, but that can sometimes be really difficult. So if I put it into compartments, sometimes I tend to exaggerate some things because I don't see it holistically, and that can often lead to problems. Mistakes and stuff. So you have to kind of, as I put it into compartments, like this part, this part, this part, this part, I also have to keep oversight at the same time, and it's actually not easy. And yeah. Walk back a little bit, have a look. It might be okay now, I'm not sure. So horrible, this horrible uncertainty. Every time the same uncertainty, the same battle. You think you have gotten it, and then you start to mess it up, or you can't get it right. Frustrated, and you know, people come to me and, oh, it must be so great to be an artist. It must be so nice to, yeah, it is, but it's also a hard job, because you meet yourself and you're, as I say, skill wall every day, and you have to deal with it the best you can. Sometimes it's not easy, because it brings out all the worst part of the bad self-esteem, and it becomes so personal. See, I just use my finger. Now it's dry here, so it doesn't matter. There's a little spot of paint there that actually drags it out. It's not really a part of, I think it's just some paint that has been clashed on there, but I mean, it works, so I'm gonna go with it. So, there's some light here, They are a little bit shiny there, so I'm gonna put in some white, not white, but you know, some highlights. Maybe that will, yeah. I don't think it will undermine it. The thing is, a red onion like this, it's very difficult because the nuances are so close together that you really get into trouble with making it 3D. And I'm a real sucker for 3D. I want it to come out of the painting. I'm not a sketch artist. I want the painting to come alive, to almost feel like it's falling out of the painting. So that is my goal every time. And yeah. I was actually going to finish this today, and I think I might make it. I think I could say, okay, it's good, I can stop, and I can sign it, I can let it dry, and I need to do this, I need to come down there, and I can put it away a little bit and have my PATRON lottery. And if I feel when it has dried, I can always put a little bit, a couple of more hours into it if it's necessary. But right now I am basically stuck blind and so subjective that I wouldn't see objectively in any way. Anyway, there's more lights here. I wonder if I put in a light here, it might kind of bring it out. Or was that right? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to turn off the camera. I'm going to put on some nice music. I'm going to dance for a couple of more hours. And hopefully I can tell myself that I'm done. Oof. You have no idea how this feeling is, you know, when you are struggling like this. The uncertainty is just screaming. Do that? Is it 3D now? Mommy, is it good enough? No. I had great parents, or have great parents. They never were like that. They never forced. Maybe they should have actually, because I've been a big baby all my life. I actually just grew up, I think. I just realized something the other day. I was talking to my father, and I realized just it has lately just detonated in my head how much money I have wasted, how much time I have wasted. It's almost been like a sieve, you know, when you put pasta into this thing and you take away the water. I used to spend so much, and when you spend too much money as an artist, when you have money, you become extremely unfree, because you have to keep earning to keep up with the pace, with how much you use, and if things then change a little bit and you don't earn that much, you have some habits that will imprison you in a way and stress you so much that you can actually get paralyzed by it. So having a relatively good economy is one of my goals now, where I save more than I earn. Save more than I use, of course, sorry. So I can get the freedom to have some fuck your money. You know, you can say no to things that you really don't have time for, like portraits and stuff. And you can just focus on the important paintings, the things I want to see done. And that is my advice to any aspiring painter. Don't throw away your time on partying and wasting time and money too much. A little bit, you might do. So that's my advice. Paint. It's the paint. If you're a real painter, a painter who really loves painting and not just do it because you're gonna get girls or whatever, you're going to, the painting is what will be your life. Everything else becomes secondary. And that is the state of mind you want to be in. You don't want to waste your life on bullshit. That is what I have learned. Late. I'm 51 soon. But good. Just detonate. Boom! In my head. Why do I always rant, go off on this? I can't really seem to keep myself grounded enough to talk about painting for more than 5 minutes. Let's drive you guys crazy. Anyway, let's see now. Wrong, totally the wrong color. That's wrong. That's too dark, isn't it? Yeah. Then I do from the onion and out. I shouldn't have done this. It's actually good as it was. And now I'm starting to sweat, because now I'm starting to stress. The cortisol goes up, and I'm in a battle for my life. Fuck, so annoying. Anyway, I need some coffee. I need to calm down. You know, I have ADHD, and if I drink coffee, it's just, I just calm down. Well, they say I have ADHD. I don't know. I tested myself once. call it the warrior gene. The things that drive some people to suicide, probably. I don't know. I almost said to greatness, but I wouldn't take a word like that in my mouth. I didn't say that. Anyway, I'm stressing now. I'm gonna stop filming. Oh, it's 20 minutes anyway. Okie dokie dokie dokie. I think I'm done. And it feels so great. I have no idea. And I want to sign it. I'm going to put it away. And yeah. Maybe just a touch. This is a dangerous when your brain say, oh, maybe just a touch. So, that was a nice detail. And I need a little points of light exactly here to increase that effect. I can do like this. So, okay, signing is often difficult because you have to find the right spot. You don't want to disturb your painting too much. And with these smaller paintings, I prefer to... what the fuck did I do there? I prefer to just write my initials, K, I, and V, for Knut Vikshåland, because I don't want him to take too much attention. And now I'm of course starting to see a lot of things that I should do better, and then I do too much, and then I stand here for the next 10 hours. Just because I couldn't stop myself being a total manic. So I'm going to stop now, I hope. This is hard. It's like, almost like I see small things and I have such hard time not to do anything. I have no idea. But what I'm going to do is, because I'm now 1000%, if that is possible, subjective, I'm going to sign it. And yeah, there's this. Sign it, let it dry, and if when I take it out again, I will take a second look, and I guess I probably will be pleased with it. Because right now it's almost I can't breathe. It's almost like you're gonna see this beautiful girl for the very first time in a cafe and you're a little bit anxious. That's kind of a feeling I have in my stomach right now. That uncertainty. But stop! I don't want to stop. That's the problem. I want to do it better. It can be better. You know what I mean? It's like I Okay, I'm going to sign it. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. I'm not going to ruin it. Just have to do a little bit over there. This is so annoying. Welcome to my world. The world of painting. So now, and I'm going to have some, because I put in some nice orange or yellow. There are some yellows in here, and I put them also all around, so I put some different colors in different places so they can repeat one another a little bit. And small brush strokes like that can actually lighten up the whole thing. And here I put in some of the same colors, just in a little bit different, in a different hue, and they kind of drag things that way. I also want to make that shadow a little bit clearer. So I have two choices. I can push this down, or I can take this up. And I think I'm going to take it up a notch, just to see what happens. So I want to put some yellowish into it to get some color. I don't want to bring it too much up because this has to be down. That was nice. I looked there and I looked back and I saw it was okay, because this one made me see this as an object. I wasn't subjective anymore. And these things are so strange. You can manipulate your mind back and forth, and that is exactly what drives you crazy, because you can't really get it right. There's always something more. And that was the wrong color because I talked too much. I should listen to my family during Christmas. It's crazy. There was arguments, all the noise. But we love each other. So, really, I mean, when I mean family, I mean my brother, my mother and father, and sadly my grandparents, who now is gone for a while. There was a lot of love there. So, but they could argue. They could really argue. It's funny. There's always a lot of noise. So, yeah. Okay. Let me see. It's actually a little bit more in the bluish range. See now. I'll just drag it down like this, and I will put in some more green bluish. And I do it this way now. So I just keep going back and forth like that. Yeah. So and then I can also push this a little bit down. You see I'm dragging it that way now. It's kind of the same way as the surface will be. So then the shadow seems like it's kind of laying on top of a texture. Is this nice? Maybe. Yes, now it's kind of sitting on the floor. No, I mean, whatever. On the floor. Okay. God, I feel so happy. You have no idea how happy I feel when I kind of managed to close the deal. And I see here, look back and I say, ah, yeah, it's okay, it's actually there. I think it's there. There's always something there. Don't touch it. Makes me so happy. So release. So, now there are some, give it some texture, just for fun, like this. You can also cross over like this, just to kind of make it a little bit more interesting in the paint. It's also going to be a good thing to just kind of cross over like that, just to make the end of it not so obvious, but it's also a kind of a cliche. So a lot of painters who are using that tricks, you know, you instead of painting it all the way out as it is, you kind of cut off it and you make the ends blurry and everything. Seems kind of more aesthetic, and it is a trick of the eye. So I prefer to have it more realist there. Maybe I'll be a little bit more blurry over here, since it is dark. But then again, I need to go up a little bit there. So. Because that line can't go down like this, it has to come in here, approximately, I think. Yeah. Okay, I think that is nice. You should tell me more what you think, because leave a comment, tell me what you think. Even give me suggestions, what you want to see me paint, or what topics you want to see me talk about. About painting, of course. I mean, you're getting my life as a byproduct anyway, so. Okay, I'm gonna sign it there, which became a mess. I'm gonna sign it with this, and I'm gonna use my handwriting. Actually, I have two handwritings because I also write with my left hand. I have two handwritings, and it's a little bit difficult to measure actually if I'm more dominant. But I think I'm a little bit more dominant with my right hand because I can't really throw rocks that good throw things with my left hand. But I can shoot, I can write, yeah. I'm also stronger in my left arm actually because, I mean left arm, I can't throw so well with my left arm. But I can aim in both with no problem and stuff like that. So, okay, so I can get this right the first time. Would be nice. Usually I have to have more than one try. So I'm going to put in the K. And in school we learn these curved like this. And it was, yeah, like that. Yeah. Pop, pop. And there's that K. Boom. And there's an A. It's too big, isn't it? Well, it's kind of hidden, so Might be okay. Okay. Point. And we, for Vikshåland, you probably can't pronounce it anyway. Boom. And 19. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for watching. And yeah, what can I say? I just have to do a little bit. I'm going to repeat this. There. So that, how beautiful that was. I'm such a joker. People actually sound quite funny. Well, how should I know? Girls also tell me I'm quite good in bed. How the hell should I know? I don't have sex with myself. You shouldn't judge yourself because you're subjective. You can't really know for sure that you're right. You just have to trust. Maybe trust a little bit what people tell you, just a tiny bit like this. But you also have to remember people are very subjective and they will tell you lies just to be polite. And then they go fucking apeshit on you if you question them. So, strange. People are strange. Like, yeah, okay. I'm closing the deal. Just tell me what you think. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we are. The finished product. The finished painting. I think it came out quite nice. And I hope you enjoy this video. I sure did. Or did I? I don't know. Anyway, thanks for watching and remember to become a patron. Okay, stay.